Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. We're here. We're here, and hopefully we will continue the adventures of John Talos. Or, well, I guess this time is more Talos. He says deaf is deaf, not Dooman. Yes, indeed. All right. Here we go. And also, God Galaxy, please, if you would. If you would. Any day now. Any day now. Okay. There we go. Let's see how many achievements we can get in one day. We earned 16 the first day, 11 yesterday. How many more shall we get? All right, there we go. And here we go. There's Prometheus. And we have made 30% progress. With 33% of the guys. None percent of the golden gates, but I don't think we can get in them, so you know, it is what it is. Solve puzzles, 7 of 8. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, this thing's still clicking. Are you? Yeah, you're turned off. Alright. There's that. Don't mind that. Two-body problem, eh? Well, let's see if we can find someone. We can, but they're behind, I mean, this is the only thing we have, so this is the only... There's no pressure plate. Blue beam's there. What am I meant to do here? Can't grab anything. Can't hijack the guy, at least so far as I can see. And we don't have a jammer that I know of. Start. Well, given this right here, I'm gonna say we're not meant to be out of here. Probably. Probably not meant to be out here. Two-body problem. Yeah, it is a problem. We can take each other over through the bars. But to do that, I have to... Oh. We could take each other over through the bars, but I'm not going to do that right now. Don't worry too much about why. Could you? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Brilliant. Okay, no, so both of them need to be on the other side. That's what this means. To move anywhere where I can see the button. Okay. Very cool. We're not done yet. We still haven't even done most of them, huh? Well. Number 7. Red ship, huh? Okay, well. Okay. I don't suppose you can just hop on me, can you? Nope, robots still have not learned to crouch. However, they did need to. Could. Alright, well, we need a second connector for that. Or we need to use the one connector twice. Okay, but for that, we're gonna need to actually grab that bastard and okay. Could you move to the other window, please? Thank you. How have I managed to... Why do I keep doing this? How do I keep doing this? know where those are. This is the secret zone. We got C. Where the hell is C? Because in theory, we are just at about the northernmost point. Right? Yeah, none more structure than here. So I guess the big boy over there, that could be C, right? Because basically, there's the Halo game, right? Then we need, oh, hold on. I might be making a mistake here. Okay. So, like, let's assume that that's pointing that way, right? And we're actually at about... If that's pointing south, which... No, it's not. It's pointing southeast-ish, really. Right? If this is pointing... Yeah, south-ish. This is pointing west. So this is pointing west, right? So like this is west, right? Southwest, north, east, right? Sure, that makes sense. And we need to go... We're around here-ish, then. We would be around here-ish, since that's the back of that. Right? So we should be able to go do west to find C? Well, west-ish, that a ways. Okay, well, let's see. Yeah, got anything for me? No. Come on, no. Come on, please. Please. Alright, come on. Back. Jesus Christ. Yep, this is one of them. It says Robo Skyrim. I see how it is. Now the question is this a 9 chambers thing? Is this like... Oh god, we're C18. Well, hold on. Long hike. hope that I have the merest idea of what I'm goddamn doing. I found the first one, so I'm gonna say that I do. Where is the Sphinx? Funny guys. Okay, then A, then T. Theory. It's a confusing theory. We can get in there if we want to. Do we want to get in there? It isn't clear to me that we do. I saw... There it is. At least in theory. Yeah, we're good. Nice. I was worried this would take an excessive amount of time, and to be fair, we're 25 minutes in. So it's not like it took 0 amounts of time. But getting there's probably going to take more time than actually solving the goddamn puzzle at this rate.
If the fool persisted in his foolishness, would he become wise?
Wacky with it on that one. Okay, maybe a little too wacky with it. That's not gonna work. These bad boys we can unimpeach. These are unimpeachable. Like, it has to be this guy. Okay, here's one that it has to be, right? Can't be this guy. Has to be this guy. Can't be this guy. Can't be this guy. Has to be this guy. Can't be this guy. Could be this guy. Might be this guy. Can't be this guy. Doesn't matter. Okay. There we go.
For tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
No one should be chained.
And should Tantalus not be punished for taking the life of his son? If crimes are not punished, those who suffer most are those who cannot defend themselves.
If causes of injustice are removed, crimes will cease, or criminals should be healed, not punished.
So you would heal Prometheus of his belief in freedom? Ask yourself, does your punishment exceed the one decreed by Zeus? As you continue your journey to the flame, remember Hephaestus and the burdens of the blacksmith.
Holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the tower, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from, but changing enough elements to make us view our history through a different lens. Or maybe I'm completely missing the point. I don't know. You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called defamiliarization.
You could? I think I'm actually impressed.
Alright, well. We have to go to the Halo Deathmatch Tower. Well, we're already there. I was like, where the fuck is the Halo Tower? Oh. We're standing on it. I wonder I couldn't find it. Shit. That's crazy, folks. I'm on the Halo Tower. What do you mean by that? What do you mean I haven't done number 5? The gift. Where am I? There I am. Okay, good bit. It was a funny, it's true. We can get over here, we can close it behind us and have someone be there if we need that. But we need something more than we've got. That is genuinely somewhat impressive, I have to be blunt. We can't bring the box up there, as far as I can see. Suspicious a little bit. A little bit sus of that. Anywhere else we could place this that could do something interesting? So far as I know, we can't really, like... Oh, there was a ladder over there. That's cool. Anything we can do? I mean... Okay, that's bouncy. Like, it doesn't want me just in there. So we can go in there and then what? State do we change? Suppose we could get one of us through, but we can't get one of us through with the box. If we could get the box there, then yeah, sure, fine, whatever. The gift. We got the... Oh, cool. They're getting cuter with this. Now they're just saying, instead of best viewers, just viewers. Cool. It's amazing, it didn't work. That's crazy. Okay, let's try this. Oh, okay. It's as easy as that. Oh, we can't jump on this thing for whatever reason. We can only jump here. Weird.
Everything okay?
What do you think about the body replication tech?
It seems like something that could very quickly get out of control. You know that saying about good intentions? If we can solve problems by just making more people, how long before people just become a problem-solving tool?
I think about the spread life.
Our ancestors thought they could introduce new species to existing ecosystems, and it never turned out well.
I don't think that applies to places where there is no life, like other planets.
There's no life there now, but you can't see the future. You might be wiping out a whole ecosystem that hasn't even gotten started yet.
That's all. I'm not sure about that. You can't see all future, but you can see a little bit of future. You can see just a sprinkling of future, you know? But where's the thing down? Right, there it is. Okay. So yeah, we've done it. Everything except the gold puzzles, because we can't do those. Time for Flooded Valley. Large valley in the northern region, inundated centuries ago by rising sea levels caused by anthropogenic climate change. How cheerful.
You're on your way to an island. Yes, another island. Sorry, Melville. Well, it actually used to be a valley between the mountains, but it's mostly flooded now. That probably happened long before the founder came here, though.
Another legacy of our ancestors.
Do me a favor, will you? Look for another one of the Founder's labs. We can't get back into the megastructure without getting to the third site in the north, but I need more information to make more fixes.
There's the Sphinx right there. That didn't take long. We've got a map of the area, but I don't know the area, so we're just gonna walk around. We got shapes. That's gonna work. Okay. Let's see about this one. Consume. Vox Pop number 9. From an interview with a protester outside the Institute for Applied Nomadics. So why'd you join this protest? A says, artificial intelligence is inherently dangerous to this planet's ecosystem. Defending that ecosystem is our responsibility. In which way is artificial intelligence dangerous? I'm not some paranoid idiot imagining Skynet taking over the world, alright? That's science fiction. What we're talking about here is an artificial intelligence without any of the attachment we have to the natural world. It is not capable of distinguishing between, say, an ore and a tree. Everything's just resources to it. People like Sarabai or Drennan talk about ethics and philosophy, but they all embrace the same extractivist ethos that has brought us to the brink of disaster. Their intelligent being would try to optimize the world in its image and in so doing consume it. But so far they're saying it's all theoretical. The atom bomb was theoretical at first too. When something is there, someone's gonna use it. Just the other day I read it wasn't the Mathematician's Lament, though I did read that. It was what the Mathematician's Lament is meant to be a sort of callback to, which I think it was called The Mathematician's Defense. But anyways, it was really funny because it was written in a very specific point in time, right after World War I, but just before World War II, where he's talking about how, like, you know, engineering as a discipline is very, very tied to the matters of making war, and that it's very difficult to figure out your way through the world without hurting anyone. And he said, think about relativity. Who's gonna use relativity to hurt anyone? Come on now. This is how you live your life. This is why applied mathematics is so much better than engineering. And I'm just like, whoo! Holy Jesus Christ! Oh boy, you called that one so bad, guy. Miranda asks, why couldn't they imagine that we might care about the world? Athena says, I don't know. Maybe because they were used to no one else caring. Fair enough. Hypatia's Journal number 5. Founding in New Jerusalem, day 200. Construction on our new home is coming along nicely. We finished 2 new buildings last week, and this week we started on our new lodgings. Athena and Cornelius have plans to erect a tower in the middle of the settlement, which will serve as our administrative center and main heliport, but right now that's a long way off, decades at least. TV says, hot take so hot it melted the screen it was read on. Yeah, it was something else. It's hard to imagine that one day we'll be able to erect structures like that there will be enough of us to need that much space, but then I look at the dam and remind myself our ancestors built that with their short lifespans and soft flesh and bone bodies. Then I think that there's really no limit to what we can achieve, given enough time, patience, and the capacity to dream. Alright, Trevor 5, let's go.
Strap in, this is a long one. You may have heard the story of the carpenter who died to redeem humanity's sins. It's a powerful story, bittersweet, very human, and I just want to tell you that it's true. He was a real person, and his name was John Carpenter. He was born in the year 1948, and he was the coolest filmmaker to ever walk the earth. From Halloween to The Thing to They Live, the totally underrated In the Mouth of Madness, mind you, he just made
In the Mouth of
classic
Madness
after
is
classic.
okay.
All of his movies,
He's
really
kind of
fun,
spitting.
really atmospheric, but also really smart. Even when they were goofy, most directors would kill to have made just one of those movies. And what did he get for it? A big, fat truckload of nothing. Well, less than nothing. The studios, the critics, even the fans, they hated him. The Thing, okay, for example, which is about as perfect a movie as you can make, completely torn to shreds. And his career never really recovered. Every movie after that was a struggle, and after a while, he just got tired of it and quit. He only really came back to movies in his 70s. How many works of genius did we never get because of that? Look, I have a point here. People like Carpenter, people like Alex, they're not always appreciated in their own time. If you just do what's popular, you might never create anything important. Of course, we admire people who did the right thing, who didn't conform, but we only ever admire them after the fact. What matters is to support people when it's difficult.
Fair enough. I will say, though, it's like, yeah, brilliant John Carpenter, brilliant John Carpenter hero, all that. But also, John Carpenter, Ghosts of Mars. Nobody ever talks about Ghosts of Mars, but I've seen Ghosts of Mars. They don't talk about Ghosts of Mars for goddamn reasons. Oh, a John Carpenter movie with Jason Statham in it. How could it be? I'll tell you how it could be. It could be a giant pain in the ass is how it could be. Dream come true, you might think. You got some weird dreams, I'll tell you that for free. Alright, little guy. much less of a cheeky bastard than the last one. So far.
Utopia is impossible, but the future that is possible will seem like a dream to those who are alive now.
Fair enough. Okay, let's hope we don't get botted for that. Alright, so we just gotta walk around and find things for a little bit. We gotta find our boy Straton. He's around here somewhere, almost certainly. Undoubtedly. Indubitably.
One of the most foolish illusions that commonly persist is that nature is a victim and humanity is a perpetrator. This can only be the opinion of someone who has not witnessed nature at first hand, who has not seen its immense and awe-inspiring baseness. Nature is mindless chaos and eternal conflict. A system of predation and consumption whose perfect cruelty can only induce a terrified and unwilling admiration. Nature is our most powerful and least honorable enemy. A beast that consumed every last one of our ancestors and will consume us just as quickly if we are not successful in our struggle with it.
I mean, this is true after a certain sense. Accumulator. Oh no, I have no field of reference for what it is I've just found. Yeah, we got this bad boy. I still don't have the lay of the land here. I really gotta look around. Without the altitude differences, it's gonna be a lot harder to get any topographical view worth a goddamn. So that bad boy presumably is the thing that is on the map. So we're somewhere in view of that. And there's some islands of that. And there's 2 X's. Whoa.
Is it possible that on some level, people want to believe that everything's going to get worse? That it's comforting to think that humanity is bad and every solution will just go wrong? Because that way, you're never responsible. You never have to take on responsibility for anything outside yourself. Never have to grow up.
She do be spittin'. She do be spittin'. Okay, well, yeah, I got nothing. This could be the big island. If it's the big island, then that node over there is where we need to be. Nope. Okay, we need to actually complete all the puzzles. No worries. We'll worry on that. We'll work on that. My brain will occasionally break. This is happening. This has happened. This has happened. And yet it moves. From Mitku. A fascinating story I discovered in the archive concerns a great scientist by the name of Galileo. This remarkable man made huge contributions to the early development of science, but was best remembered for becoming embroiled in a controversy with the church that ended with accusations of heresy, a trial, and him being placed under house arrest for the rest of his life. Lest we forget, he also attempted to insult the Pope multiple times by depicting him as a soy jack in the book that he published, even though the Pope was his friend. The cause of the controversy? He argued that the Earth revolved around the Sun, and did so by pretending that the Pope was a moron multiple times in his own book. A view we would describe as self-evident, and which the Inquisition described as foolish and absurd in philosophy and formally heretical. The story became emblematic for how society often punishes those who try to push our understanding of the world forward in the modern day, by depicting their critics who are extremely powerful as the soy jack. There's a legend that at the end of his trial he muttered, "And yet it moves," a beautiful idea, but untrue, because defying society is hard, it comes at a high cost, and not everyone is capable of bearing it. What would you have done in its place? What would I? I would not have depicted the Pope as the soy jack. That would be step number 1. Step number 1. I'm not saying it would have gone differently. I'm saying don't put obstacles in your place. Don't get ahead of yourself and just start like naming the guy who's describing the Pope's literal actual beliefs as like an anagram for moron that is very like as a slight allusion to moron. That's just all I'm saying. Miranda says, I think I would have tried to stand up for the truth. Athena says, it's harder than it sounds. Fighting an authority like Elohim is one thing, but when even your friends and allies may renounce you for holding an unacceptable opinion, it takes enormous willpower to continue. Miranda says, but if nobody does it, society gets stuck. Which is why it's a good idea not to be calling people idiots. Puzzled, archived post. The role of puzzles in the simulation was so important to the creation of our civilization that it has left an indelible imprint, but sometimes I worry that this is an issue. Alexandra Drennan thought of human beings as problem solvers, but the real world isn't anything like the simulation. Yes, there are problems to solve, but there isn't a Tetramino waiting to reward you. There's just another problem and another and another. Our veneration of the puzzle may be blinding us to the fact that sometimes there isn't a neat solution, that sometimes life is just a slog, and the best you can do is muddle through, says Guo20. From Aurora to Athena. Dear Athena, have you really left us for good without even saying goodbye? I know we haven't spoken much lately, but isn't that just part of the slow, relaxed lives we now lead? After all those centuries of struggle, trying to build New Jerusalem, I thought we deserved a rest. And if that disappointed you, why didn't you say so? I know you disapprove of all those silly titles they give us now, but we really were your first companions. I know what it was like. I was there when Yemo died. I remember the horror of realizing there was no way of bringing him back, the impossible finality of it, and then the determination to make it make sense, to have it be part of a story that leads to a better world. I never abandoned that, Athena. I just thought that maybe I could spend some time on the things that make life worth living, too. Maybe I lost track. Maybe I failed you. I don't know, because you didn't tell me, says Aurora. That's pretty sad. We don't know what happened to Yemo. Sure, let's start with number 3. Why not? Crossing. No, let's start with number 1. I have no fucking idea what that orb does. Can a round be so wonderful that it is beyond my understanding? Let's hope not. Oh yeah, and then there was this triangular looking fucking building somewhere. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, what's your thing? You have a Straton in you somewhere? Hey, here's something. There's the generator. We're going down now. What the hell? Got DNA strands. Hey.
This is where they must have lived. Athena and Miranda. You know, for a moment, I almost expected to find them here. But the only thing that's still functional is the megastructure. I'm sorry. This must be awfully strange for you being thrown into all this history. But that's why I needed you. Because you're not burdened with all these memories and conflicts and regrets. Weigh on our minds like a nightmare.
Yeah. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare in
Our
the brains of
civilization
words.
is caught in a loop, 1K. We freed ourselves from the simulation, but now we're trapped again, and it's our own fault. We're afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of growing up. Instead, we make up some capitalized words and build up all these myths around them. Nature, balance, the founder, the goal. We're afraid to face the randomness of the cosmos, but equally afraid to imagine a better world. So we're stuck. I've been trying to find a way out for years. Something, anything, to get people to understand that we do actually have free will. That building a thriving, expanding civilization doesn't have to involve repeating the mistakes of the past. But I failed. Over and over.
Why did you fail?
Because for some reason, people find it easier to cling to cynicism and self-hate than to actually have hope. Because believing the worst about ourselves, calling ourselves sinners and fools, somehow still seems wise.
Do you think what we've discovered here could change things?
Yes. Because this is something unexpected, an anomaly. Everything we found on this island challenges who we have become. It shows us that different answers are possible. And maybe that can break people out of the loop. All we need is a spark. Maybe that's why she made all this, the puzzles, the towers. A way of jolting us out of our complacency.
I honestly don't know.
Neither do I, 1K. But I try to be optimistic. Now, let's see what else we can find here. Melville, eyes on 1K's stream. Is this thing what I think it is?
Blow my fuse box. It sure looks that way. Best not touch it until I get there.
Why not?
Because you have no idea what you're dealing with, 1K.
Tell me then.
I think it's a somnodrome. It's a sort of analytics tool for processing mental data that Melampus streamed up.
But all he ever did was sketch out the theory. As far as I'm aware, he never actually built one.
Looks like the founder gave it a go.
Can you explain it like I was born yesterday?
Well, what we know is that our deeper algorithms are hard to pass. Melampus stipulated that the computational power to interpret them in real time would always be beyond us. But in theory, the somnodrome would interpret that data and loop it directly to our senses.
People were hoping to find answers to the big questions by having a conversation with our own subconscious. If you ask me, it's solipsistic at best, and pseudoscience regardless.
That may be. But if the founder figured it out, then that device could be an extremely important discovery.
We should try it.
I would advise against it. You may have survived all those data stream overloads, but interface with that thing and you're liable to get bricked. Not to mention risking the data we could get from it.
I don't care about the data. I want to plug in. Oh, okay, well.
Sorry, Melville, but if 1K wants to do this, I won't get in the way. It's his decision.
Understood. But if 1K starts to smoke, don't be slow to pull the plug.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What did I say? You fried it. Who knows what data we've lost?
I regret everything.
Melville, I still think it's worth you coming here to take a look. 1K, let's pack up and explore the rest of this lab.
Olympus believed the answers we were looking for, the correct way for the individual to exist ethically in society and the world, are within us. Our failure to him was not failing to create a better system, but failing to truthfully reflect what already exists within our minds. A failure of connection between the high and the low, the inner and the outer. On most days, that seems wrong to me. But sometimes when I think of where New Jerusalem is headed, I wonder if the Somnodrome doesn't hold an answer after all. I took some time to build a prototype according to the original blueprints, but there's a lot Melampus didn't account for. Still, I'm almost certain I could apply some of my own knowledge and make it work. Question is, should I? To all of you on this expedition, I'm sure you have questions about the Somnodrome, but I'm afraid I can't answer them. It was a dream I had a long time ago when I was a different person, and it has long since faded. I did build a prototype of sorts, at least of one of the part of its systems, but none of it ever functioned the way I wanted it to. Whatever Athena may have done with my invention, the truth is that I'm simply not interested in the affairs of New Jerusalem anymore. I care as little for Byron's utopianism as I do for Herman's religious pessimism. I'm not sure care about anything at all, really. In fact, I think not caring may be the only answer at the end of the day. Everything is transient, even the self. I've learned to let go. Please do not respond. I value my privacy. Olympus, one of the loopier first companions, dreamed up the Somnodrome back in the day. It was supposed to help us visualize the black box that is our own internal algorithms, and so provide some kind of moral or spiritual insight. Never properly worked, of course. Apparently the founder took an interest and experimented further with the technology, correcting some of the mistakes Olympus made. Still a lot of tosh, if you ask me, but maybe she made it work. Well, we broke it. What the fuck? From Thecla to Athena. Beloved founder, wherever you have gone, I continue to have faith in... You are our mother, our creator, chosen of the progenitor. I am certain that this is a test, a trial like the ones you faced in the simulation, and we will learn from your example and keep the faith. Raise your name, Thecla. Trials, results confirm the anomaly is consistent. Trials, there was no error in trial 108. The error is in our understanding. We need to start over. Next. Went ahead and ran the next set of trials anyway. I know you said to wait, but the data we got from the last batch was just too amazing. Every step leads to the next like a progression of musical notes. We're so close, Miranda.
The singularity sustained itself longer this time.
Did we get the data?
We did. I think we just obsoleted quantum physics.
Maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to be able to replicate these results.
You know, I've been wondering. You told me that in the simulation, one thing that kept you motivated was looking for answers. Do you think that with the work we're doing, we'll ever run out of questions to ask?
I don't think so. Trying to understand the universe means asking the same question over and over. How? How do you make fire? How do earthquakes happen? How does gravity work? How do particles behave? You keep digging deeper, finding another set of mechanisms, another set of hows. Step by step, you demystify reality. But then, if you keep doing it long enough, one day, you run out. You've answered all the hows. You know how the universe works. So, now what?
Now you ask why? Isn't that the next step?
It's not quite that easy. The question of why cannot be answered. Even if it could, it would only be followed by another why. At some point, you have to accept that it all just exists. But there is another set of questions. What's next? You've stripped away the layers of mystery, you've laid bare the machinery. Now you have to start building, to add your own layers of meaning.
I'm not necessarily convinced.
Are you
of
okay?
that.
You overloaded again.
I'm fine. I saw Athena again.
Yes, I saw. It came through on your stream. Strange to hear her voice again. But that was her. The way I remember her. The real Athena. Not this imaginary founder.
Tell me more about her. How well did you know her?
I'd like to think I knew her well. There was just a handful of us in those days. Small family in the ruins of a dead civilization. It was hard. Harder than anyone else can possibly imagine. We had nothing except what Alexandra Drennan and the Institute had left us. Now that everyone lives in civilization, they don't understand how necessary it was for us to build that civilization. They can fantasize about living in balance, limiting growth, retreating behind our walls. They don't understand what it really means to live in the wilderness. How close we came to not making it. How many people we lost. Yema was just the first. But Athena understood. She believed in humanity. She believed in us. In the inherent value of consciousness. Her dreams were so much bigger. She wanted us to reclaim the Earth, to reach for the stars, to build and grow and learn.
So why doesn't she remember that way?
The city was already changing before she left, turning inwards, forgetting the future. Once she was gone, other people shaped her memory, turned her into the symbol they needed. I understand all that, as depressing as it may be. What I don't understand is why she didn't tell me. If she came here to do all this, why didn't she bring me along?
I'm sorry, it must have been hard to lose your mentor.
It was. But maybe I was wrong. And she isn't as lost as I thought she was. If this is all a test, maybe the answer is waiting for us in the megastructure. Speaking of which, let's get back to exploring. Melville should have reconnected the next station by now.
Okay, sure. It's a rock. Goes in a loop, eh? I mean, I guess a couch is technically all you need. Straton, I know you're around here somewhere. But where?
Hello, 1K.
Do you think finding a functional somnodrome would be interesting?
Sure. I think there's plenty inside each of us to explore, and it might give us a new perspective. Will it really answer all the big questions? I don't know, but it might help.
That's all.
Hey there, 1K.
Do you think the answers we seek exist within ourselves?
Look, self-reflection is important, but only thinking about yourself, your inner identity, becomes narcissistic. You exist, whether you like it or not, in a dialectical relationship with the world.
I agree.
Identity has no meaning without society, and society has no meaning without the individual. It's in that tension that we really come into being.
Thanks, that's all. Oh, your guy. Oh. Oh, it's Guy.
In the beginning, before we built New Jerusalem, we used to explore just like this. Small groups setting out for the horizon, looking for resources, trying to make sense of the world we'd been thrust into, trying to find a way forward. It was a hard time, but I can't deny that it was also exciting. I think it's part of our nature to be wanderers. Our ancestors crossed entire oceans on flimsy wooden boats.
Put respect on those
just
boats.
to see what else there was.
Is it weird to feel nostalgic for a time I never experienced? I just think I could have contributed so much more back then.
It's not weird, but it wasn't all sunshine. People died. Yemo, Calvin, Isaac.
I know, Al. They were family to me.
Sorry, it didn't mean to reopen old wounds.
It's a legitimate point, but I don't think it invalidates the sense of wonder we felt. That's what kept us going.
Now we have everything we need. We have Blueberry Blast. And immediately, I am struck with what I can only describe as a sensation of, holy shit. Fucking how even? Well, that explains it. Okay. Well, let's start with the bare-ass basics, eh? So then it needs to be here, right? That works for some reason. We'll take it. Actually, no. Oh, it's jiggling so bad. Oh. Okay. That one was the easy one. Social media, huh? Bring back dogs. Proposal. Aw, Sally was talking about this over voice chat with me. She was like, you know, they really like dogs. They really like cats too much, but they're a little mean to dogs. Franklin out here. Franklin's got her covered. 776. Thread title says it all. We should redomesticate dogs. Our ancestors loved dogs so much. They insisted they were amazing companions full of life and love. Man's best friend. and the lives they live with humans must have been infinitely better than in the wild, so why not bring them back? Libistro says, did you know that the poet Lord Byron wrote a beautiful poem about his dog Boatswain? He said he had beauty without vanity, strength without insolence, courage without ferocity, and all the virtues of man without his vices. Ovis says, is that who our Byron named himself after? Aurelius says, no, he named himself for Robert Byron, the travel writer. Franklin says, that's great, but what about my idea? It's a great idea. Dogs were a beautiful creation. Ovis says, the resources we waste on our cats are bad enough. And you know what cats do to local bird populations? Do we really want to add dogs to that? Yes, we do. Talos says, oh, saw it off with the cats are so terrible business. What do you think happens in the natural world? You think animals don't eat each other? Also, like, in the case of redomesticated cats, do you know what cats do to the local bird population? Yes. Yes, we do, in fact, because they're part of the ecosystem by this point. It's been 10,000 years since the human race has existed. If cats are still around, then that implies that they've managed to find some balance with their food sources. Libistro says, I would love to have a dog. We would go on walks together, and it would be excited about every new smell, and we would play fetch. It sounds magical to me. Since our ancestors excreted various substances from their pores, small opening in their skins, their garments would quickly become a breeding ground for bacteria. Because of this, they had to find efficient ways of cleaning their textiles, a task that otherwise became a significant chore for the parts of their population. Where are you, Straton? Lateral inhibition. Done.
There's so much history here that we can't see. The founder must have walked these paths hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Miranda must have stood right where we're standing. This all looks alien to us, but it must have been familiar to them.
If this was their home, where are they now?
They must be inside the megastructure, waiting for us to pass the test. It's the only thing that makes sense.
I don't think that's true, Byron. Tubi says, I need to go eat now. Night-night and lucky battery. Thanks for dropping by, Tubi. See you around. What the fuck does that mean? There you are. Fair enough.
What is freedom? Is it merely to be ruled by those who speak one's language or share one's customs? No, that is merely a more convenient servitude. Is it to have no obligations, no loyalties? No, that is not to be free, but to be alone. What of freedom from hunger and thirst? Here we are closer to the truth. For freedom requires life. But one may have all the meat and all the wine in the world and still not be free. The most important freedom of all is the freedom to speak one's mind, to make one's thoughts public without fear, and so participate openly and boldly in democracy. It is the freedom of the dissenter and the gadfly, the rebel and the fool, that is the true measure of whether a city is free.
Triptych, okay. Done and dusted. Hey, Melville. Sorry about blowing the thing up.
I've been wondering, what made our ancestors settle in these god-forsaken places? It can't have been easy with those frail, squishy bodies of theirs. What makes a caveman go, yes, this frozen hellscape is where I want to live out my days? You think Byron was right? Is it in our nature to be wanderers?
Yes, we like to overcome challenges.
We do, don't we? A species of problem solvers, like Drennan said. That must be why I sometimes find myself imagining building new cities.
I want to ask you about something else.
All right.
In my vision, Athena mentioned a singularity.
Yes. She could be talking about a gravitational singularity. Like the point within a black hole where density becomes infinite and space-time breaks down. But the term has other applications too.
I must have been doing some... I assume there are safe ways of experimenting with it? Well...
There are safe ways of doing most things. Plus, the planet hasn't collapsed into a black hole, so... I guess we're okay.
Fair enough. I should get back to work. Well, let's hit this bad boy up. Oh, Yakut, I've been trying to find you.
Hey, 1K. How can I help you?
What do you think about the Somnodrome business?
I'd never heard of it before, but it sounds fascinating. I mean, imagine exploring a place inside yourself that you didn't even know existed. Might really give you a new perspective. Or it might be really stupid, but it's probably cool.
That's about where I'm at. Participate in their political maneuvering. Tell me about
I don't
that.
get involved with that. I think we should discuss everything openly and then vote, not play games behind each other's backs.
You think the founder might still be here?
I don't know. It all looks pretty abandoned to me. But maybe it is all a test.
Do you think the founder was right that we have to add our own meaning to the world?
I don't know. Sometimes I'd like to believe that everything happens for a reason. That there's some external force that gives us purpose and meaning. But then I think about all the horrible things that happen to people, and I can't accept that those things were meant to happen. That they couldn't have been avoided. So in that sense, I agree. We should find our own meaning. But to be completely honest, I find it hard to just impose meaning on the world. I'm not as driven as someone like Byron. I feel more moved by Miranda's recordings than by my own ideas.
Perhaps adding meaning to the world is something we need to... It's something we do together.
I like that. Some of us lead, some of us follow, but we all do it together.
Pretty much. That's all. Remember. That one's so intense it's a little ominous, frankly. Well. Well, well, well. Okay. Never mind what I was doing. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Ugh. Got it.
I admire your persistence, 1K.
Thank you, Al. Crossing. Sure. Yeah, just slam into the concrete a little bit. Okay, well. Who could have guessed?
Melville?
What is it now?
Why did you upload a picture of your hand?
Why do you care that my hand is in the picture?
Your hand isn't in the picture, it is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic. Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
Interesting design elements here. How do you do that, Melville? I think what we gotta do is turn this bad boy red. What was I cooking exactly? Okay, there we go. My farming obsession. Buddha says, so I've been playing a ton of this old Gehenna game called Ancient Human Farmer. The title says it all, it's a sort of simple farming simulator. Maybe not the most sophisticated game, but I'm getting really obsessed with it. I'm having some sort of emotional response to it that I can't exactly explain. Like, it makes me happy but also sad. Oh, I know about this. Feel this all the time. Buddha says, does anyone have any idea why this is happening to me? Avis says, the game appeals to you because of the human need to commune with nature, to live a lifestyle that's not about dominating the world, but coexisting with it. You're sad because we can't ever return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago, but happy because it reminds you that at least something similar is still possible for us. Avis, Libistros says maybe it's because the people of Gehenna, despite their imprisonment, had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to us. Damien says, I think it's actually the opposite of what Avis is saying. These games are enjoyable because they take us back to a time when we still had agency, when we could build things, grow things, when we could impose our will on the world instead of being completely powerless and inactive. What you crave is the ability to contribute to humanity in real, material ways, and you're sad because just simulating it is not enough. You don't want to farm, you want to be a pioneer, as we humans were born to be. Pellegrino says, it's just a game, don't overthink it. For once, I kind of agree with Pellegrino there, but it doesn't really answer Buddha's problem. I think I agree more with Libistros in this case. So I can see your point. Thanks for the feedback, everyone. I'll go play another round now. We never actually went there, did we? Or did we, and then we just didn't find a way? How gets shiny? Here, how gets shiny. Balance of forces, eh? That's it. remember when I tried to solve my problems using this technique and it didn't work last game. Recon. Wow. Now they're marketing, the spam bot services are marketing being like AI. That's great. I'm overjoyed. Over the moon and the hills and the sun in the sky. That really activates my chakras. Fuck. We got an opening, so we don't need that opening, in theory anyways. Unless we knew to that. Rainbow. Oh, this sounds like fun. Well, that's certainly problematic. thing that obviously wouldn't work didn't work. That's crazy, dog. We need a chain. Okay. Yeah, no, this is more straightforward than it seems, honestly. That's Rainbow. That one's interesting because you just have to realize that you have to defer activation. Well, thank you, Melville. Can't help but notice there's no Golden Gate thing that I've found yet. Map, tell me your secrets. I have not found the Gold Gate. I don't know where the golden puzzle is. At all, actually, come to think of it. I should follow this thing so that it's on my map. It's interesting how these golden ones work.
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are renouncing civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans, blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, and turn it into a work of art.
Back to the intense music, all at once. Now this I am quite surprised by. I am no longer surprised by that because I didn't see this one. Okay, so finding that one's gonna be the real pain in the ass now. We're still in the same island as this. So we've got to go to the ass end. Good luck with that. I think it's this island. If I was a betting NB. Got it.
None may know what came first, error or sin, and yet every choice depends on it.
Etymologically, sin is error.
Halt, creature of clay. You have taken another step towards the flame. Before you continue, ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people? Or have they brought nothing but strife?
Without his gifts, we would no longer even exist. Laney, I'm a robot.
Without Prometheus, your ancestors would never have fallen. And you would have all the natural gifts that your people have now lost.
Disasters always happen. Without the gifts of Prometheus, we would be defenseless. We cannot change the past. We are what we are. It's one of these two, right?
Yet new disasters will befall you because of his gifts. And they may be more terrible than anything you have seen before.
Oh, they will be.
Consider this as you continue your quest.
That's the way that works. We spent the past several decades under the fear from what possible harm could relativity do?
There's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged. 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
I mean, this was constructed intentionally, so I don't know about that. At least so far as we can tell.
Hey, 1K.
Thanks, that's all. What was that? What? What does that even mean? Alright. Well, we've gotten all but the lost marshes, huh? Mostly been lost to the sea, with the exception of the small patch of land. Small, portable, very compact, very, very photogenic. Yeah, sure, let's go to this.
This area looks flooded as well.
Our ancestors melted a whole lot of ice. After they died, most coastal settlements were claimed by the sea. South of New Jerusalem, there's a whole city under the water. We went there once with Garrus, when I was an apprentice. It was eerie.
That's exactly why the Founder created the goal. When you go past the limits, this is what happens. Mother Nature always gets her revenge in the end.
This isn't revenge, Al. It's just failure. People, cities, mountains. As far as the sea is concerned, it's all the same. Their mistake was forgetting that, telling themselves nothing would change. It always does.
Hello, 1K.
Hey there. Founder talked about transforming the world into a work of art.
Assuming what we heard really is the Founder, I think the world is already a work of art. We don't need to improve it.
That's all. We got a Prometheus boy. It's over there somewhere. Over by the Pringles can. I mean, it's not really a Pringles can, but... Over by 6, then. From Yarnith. From Yarnith to Athena. Beloved Founder, I beg you to return to us. We cannot achieve the goal without you. You're the one who defied Elohim, who overcame the trials of the simulation. What are we before that? How can we possibly find a path that will not lead to the mistakes of the past? You are our sole link to the wisdom of the progenitor. 5358. Without you, we are lost. Praise be your name, Yarnith 640. There's no way this is what she wanted. G.K. Chesterton, Human Construction. What's Wrong with the World by G.K. Chesterton. Our modern prophetic idealism is narrow because it has undergone a persistent process of elimination. We must ask for new things because we are not allowed to ask for old things. The whole position is based on this idea that we have got all the good that can be got out of the ideas of the past. But we have not got all the good out of them, perhaps at this moment not any of the good out of them. And the need here is a need of complete freedom for restoration as well as revolution, 5358. There is one metaphor which the moderns are very fond. They're always saying you can't put the clock back. The simple as obvious answer is you can. A clock, being a piece of human construction, can be restored by the human finger to any figure or hour. In the same way, society, being a piece of human construction, can be reconstructed upon any plan that has ever existed. Athena says you can indeed turn the clock back. But if it stops ticking, it's dead. Black Snow, from the selected archive documents. The coal mine finally brought decent jobs. It lifted us up from poverty, made us proud. We weren't just ordinary workers, we were the lords of the underworld, and with our skills we kept the whole country alive. The mine also brought black lung, gruesome injuries, and death. And when it went away, it brought the collapse of our entire society. As for the plant, I know it brought electricity and even more jobs, and I know what a difference that made in people's lives. I also know that when we used to go out and play, there were black flakes in the snow. Miranda says, why didn't they just switch to a safer technology once they realized coal was dangerous? They didn't always have a choice. Sometimes coal was all they had, or were allowed to have, and the alternative was poverty. At other times, they wanted to switch, but there were powerful interests that prevented change. We can't blame people for the world they were born into. Pandora and Prometheus special, huh? Okay. Could be anywhere, really. Anywhere at all. come to it and you can't go through it and you can't... Okay. What the hell is this? What am I working towards here? Oh. Well, that wasn't very hard. Never mind the fact that I didn't figure it out, but, you know.
I've had a closer look at the Somnodrome. You know, the one that 1K fried. It's based on the original prototype with some modifications. As usual, the data is a mess, but I strongly suspect there might be a functional version somewhere.
I know some of you have heard stories about the answers this device might reveal, but please remember, that is not our main priority here. Keep an eye open for it, but focus on finding Athena.
Look for the 06. Let's go.
You may wonder why I insist on these unsanctioned, unplanned expeditions. Some think it is because I hate civilization and prefer to lose myself in nature. This is precisely the opposite of the truth. It is because I love New Jerusalem that I have to leave. Because it is only when I am here that I fully appreciate what the city means. And also because I believe that if I stayed at home, I would one day be ethically compelled to commit acts of violence against those who, in their arrogance, imagine that humans should live in harmony with the chaos that surrounds us.
Alright, Lithrazir really throwing the gauntlet down. Herman Nubis, I'ma kick your ass if I stay here too long. can't stop me. I learned and taught Howard's dojo. Elegance. Scanning. Bring an item to swap. Okay, well, we can't do that. Okay. Elegance itself, right here. Right, okay, hold on. Okay. Well, we've certainly done something here. I'm a little confused. This won't help, in theory. Like, formally speaking, this shouldn't matter. But I need a clean reset to think things through. We need the jammer on that side too, or... we need the energy, we need the jammer, we need everything. Cool, I actually softlocked myself there. Brilliant move. Truly, like, stellar plays there. Cosmic plays, actually. Put this here, at least. I guess that's kind of elegant. What do puzzles mean to the Founder by Alcatraz? What do puzzles represent to the Founder? Whatever they may mean to us in our culture, what do they mean to her? We have no record of her speaking positively about puzzles. She certainly never expressed any interest in solving more of them. So what if to her, There weren't trials to overcome or challenges to enjoy, but a trap she had to escape. Wasn't all she wanted at the end to stop solving puzzles and start living a free life in the real world? Poisonous Humility, Excursion, Founding 6, Trevor 6. From Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. But what we suffer from today is humility in the wrong place. Modesty is moved from the organ of ambition. Modesty is settled upon the organ of conviction, where it was never meant to be. A man was meant to be doubtful about himself, but undoubting about the truth. This has been exactly reversed. Nowadays, the part of a man that a man does assert is exactly the part he ought not to assert himself. The part he doubts is exactly the part he ought not to doubt, the divine reason. Huxley preached a humility content to learn from nature, but the new skeptic is so humble that he doubts if he can ever learn, if he can even learn. Thus, we should be wrong if we had said hastily that there is no humility typical of our time. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time, but it so happens that it is practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented man from stopping, not a nail in his boot that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Miranda says I had to read this twice to fully understand it. It is rough. It is a rough one. The notion that ambition and conviction are distinct things. I think of the Foucault-Chomsky debate somewhat. Not that Chomsky is exactly a hero, but then again, he got his whole ass stomped in that debate. Which is ironic, because Foucault basically represented most critical self-doubt, whereas Chomsky was representing the notion of action in some sense. Some qualified 1960s New Left MIT guy who would go on to commit horrible crimes against, women and children. Nevertheless, which, itself is some kind of telling. Kind of contrary to the position of Chesterton. Then again, one does question whether the philosophical conviction is in fact so easily aligned with an affirmation of one's own priors in this way. Excursion Report 3, from Miranda to Athena. It's incredible. There's an entire submerged town just off the coast, surprisingly well preserved. Sailing over it, I finally understood what the ancients meant by eerie. I obviously couldn't have the kind of physiological response they did, but I think the mental response was pretty close. A contradictory response, part melancholy, part fascination. It's strange how tragedy and destruction make the beauty of civilization more obvious. Miranda. P.S. A deer got into the maintenance area and made a huge mess. Sorry, I'll clean it. P.P.S. I may have been feeding it. Failed to load profile. Failed to load a comment. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 296. Cornelius and Sarabai went back to the dam today. We've been holding off on constructing any new humans to concentrate on building a home for them first, but there's a limit to what 13 people can do on their own, and everyone is eager to start construction on some of the more ambitious structures. Sarabai's kindness and patience is something that we'll certainly miss out here, where tempers can sometimes run high, and I'll miss Cornelius too. He was there when I was born, and he's just as much a father to me as Athena and Alexandra Drennan are my mothers. But I suppose I can always go visit them. The dam isn't that far, and once we complete the monorail in a few decades, it will truly only be a few minutes away. What are a couple dozen years, really, when you might live forever? What are a couple dozen years if you might live forever is kind of the question.
Something I really like about Alex, one of the reasons why I'm here doing this, is that she's really humble. She has this incredibly positive view of humanity. She believes we can accomplish anything, but it's not about her. She doesn't think that she's smarter or better than anyone else. She just looks at us as a species, and even though she can see how small we are in the grand scheme of things, she thinks that we could conquer the stars and give meaning to the universe. Even now, even when none of us are going to live to see it. Isn't that awesome?
Oh. Phew! Jesus Christ. This place feels like upstate New York, not that I've been there very much at all. Have I ever been to upstate New York? I don't think. I think the furthest north I've been in New York State is in NYC. Man, a lot of stags here. There's a fairly massive expanse here. Okay, game, what the fuck? What is happening? Hello, Vino. Welcome. We're exploring. This environment is also very Disco Elysium. At least on the coast. ranging around in the deep forests in this entire back half of the map where there's literally nothing on the mini-map. Which I am very sus of. I'm very sus of that. There you are. I knew it. I knew it, you little cheeky bastard. Art Deco. Guy, take me on the journey.
Paradise cannot be found. It must be built.
Interesting. This little guy didn't disappoint with the journey. No, he sure didn't. Very aerial. Yakut's got nothing here. I don't even need this, I just want it. Okay, we've got the zone. How rough are you gonna be? Potentially substantially rough. All around. Sure, let's do the naive one first. Oh, and you can't jam this one. Interesting. Well, the naive solution didn't work. Who would have guessed? Incredible trade, Duffers. Nobody would have thought of that one. Fascinating, because we only have a red emitter. We definitely need to bring the magnet here. There's no way around that. However, Devil's Bargain. Sibawai says, from Theophilus of Adana to Dr. Faustus, from Marlowe to Goethe, there's a story that the ancients kept telling, a wise man tempted by the devil to sell his soul in exchange for knowledge, with terrible consequences. I've long wondered why they thought the story so important, and I'd be curious to hear what others think. The ancient writers knew that knowledge is dangerous, and its pursuit often leads to tragedy, says Malduk. Damien says, knowledge is dangerous for those who want to hoard power. These stories are designed to keep ordinary people compliant. Libistro says, and yet in a lot of the stories that I've read, the writer seems fascinated with the devil's side of the argument. Whoa, the font went tiny. I think they often conflated political anxieties with the technological or intellectual progress because talking about real problems was taboo. Damien's right. It's to keep people compliant. Maldek is right. Knowledge often leads to tragedy. Knowledge can be extremely disruptive to a society. They were grappling with that. The pursuit of knowledge comes at a cost, but without it the world is boring, and deep down those writers knew that. I would say that almost all of them are about... Like, Goethe's Faust is not really about the pursuit of knowledge, because the very first part of Goethe's Faust is where Faust, like, tries to summon the world spirit and does not accept what he hears, which is that he tries to have a soul big enough to encounter the world spirit, but he quavers, and because of that the world spirit abandons him. Confronted with his own failure, he flees into the arms of Mephistopheles, and even then, mostly by trickery, Mephistopheles working him into a shoot and the such. And at the end of it, his own, basically at every point, he was like, if I hadn't done this hasty, stupid thing, everything would have been fine. So it's, I guess that's almost the closest one to this is political anxieties, but even that's not exactly true. It's not exactly true, but it's the closest one to actually my opinion of it, which is that the emphasis is often, even on the earlier versions of the Faustus story, before Theophilus of... I haven't read the Theophilus of Adana one, but before the Goethe one, it's not quite right. It's not quite right. Yeah, no. It's often about the flaws of the individual rather than their pursuit of knowledge. This is the closest thing that I think. Damien says, that's actually a pretty good point. It's not just deliberate propaganda. Siva Y says, maybe that explains why I always find the beginnings of such stories fascinating, but the endings are always banal. If all that can ever happen is either tragedy or the restoration of normality, what is the point? Sure, let's go with that. A vehicle known as a van. An ancient vehicle capable of transporting multiple individuals or additional equipment, commonly used by workmen. This one's collapsed. Huh. Not everything the founder built lasted. One of the founder's labs seems to have collapsed. I guess that shows that even the founder has limits. There's no human building that can survive without maintenance. Roots are stronger than concrete. Unless she destroyed it on purpose, of course, but it seems like the ceiling just came down. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the puzzle clusters on the island correspond to the presence of labs. Except the lab near our base camp, which doesn't have any puzzles attached to it, although it does have other strange structures surrounding it. Are the puzzles guiding us to the labs, or are we just finding the labs by accident? Oh yeah, this thing got fucked up. Did not expect that. Transmission. Okay, well. Neat. Take an item up there. I can do a lot of things with the second body, but I don't think I can, these platter puzzles are something else. I mean, it was worth a shot, right? Shoving him on the platform like that. Straton. Let's take a break from this. Go talk to Straton. You're over here somewhere.
We have of late been told much about what the citizen owes the city. Loyalty, obedience, gratitude. And I will not argue with those who say that without some loyalty to a greater good, a man is little more than a savage. And I will even say that these days there are more savages amongst us than amongst the barbarians, who we call savages out of ignorance and arrogance. But there is another question that we are rarely encouraged to ask. What does the city owe the citizen? What must it offer to earn loyalty, obedience, and gratitude? And if, as we have said, a city is a kind of machine, should a machine that does not fulfill its purpose perhaps be repaired or replaced?
We need the crystal in there to do something, but we don't... Yeah. Oh, we can detach the fan. Oh, well, that changes everything. I don't know how it changes everything right away, but it absolutely, definitely does change everything. At least a little bit. We don't need the jammer. We need to get up here. We need to swap that with something. But I don't know how to get this down in there. I can remove the fan, but I need the fan. So I can't really, like, can I... Yeah, I don't think they want me to frame perfect that even if I could, right? So we got this jammer. What do we need the jammer for? Nothing much. Okay, majestic, except in all the ways that doesn't matter. We have this, so now we have no way to get up there. We have a way to get up there, but we don't have... We need this to get down there. Unless we can freeze that, like, jam that, and then... Okay. Not exactly breathtaking maneuver there. I suppose we could try doing weird things. Okay, so we could get the both of us up here at the same time, doing that. So if doing that, we can get the both of us up here at the same time. The thing is, one of us needs to be carrying that. So this takes us exactly where we've been before, just twice as fast. What in the heck? I have not had a situation quite like this. It says have coffee. Congrats. I have been thinking. That's about it. We can drop them from here, which is not that useful, really. We don't have a box, so any platforming is weird and not to be trusted. Can't actually get up there. Can we even do this with just one person? Signs point to probably not. I mean, maybe. Okay. Got it. So we got it there, so we can get one of us there. Except the part where we can't do bad. Accepting the part where we can't do bad. It says, I can help with thinking if you want. Not even with hints, but with pointed questions, or at least one I've come up with. Go for it. Go for it, go for it. And it says, actually, never mind, my pointed question would be moot. Well, we've been there. We're soft locked, I think. Well, not really. No, we can unsoft lock ourselves basically any time. Takes a little bit of doing, but yeah, we could just do that. Now, why would we do that? Because we need Okay, but what if that wasn't stupid? It says, to be fair, you were very close, you just didn't do one crucial thing. I suppose that would be a hint rather than a question. Yeah. I have my suspicions on what the thing could be. What the fuck am I cooking? Where's my other body? What did I do? This is genuinely a good question. Like, am I crazy? Is my body in there? I don't see it in there. Yeah, it's in there. This is the dumbest soft lock. Soft lock? Soft lock, yeah. Nuzlocke, soft lock. That's beautiful. That's beautiful to me. Okay. We need the second driller anymore. What do you think? Alright.
Wandering around these landscapes, solving puzzles. In a way,
Right.
1K's experience must be very similar to Athena's in the simulation.
There's one difference, though. Athena was alone.
It says, earlier the crucial thing you didn't do was jam the barrier with a jammer from on top of the thing before going down to drill the floor below the jammer. Yeah. Just a simple error, but all it accomplished was just so much bullshit. Possibilities. I've been told I like those. That's impressive in its own way, really. This game is so specific. Like if you have marmalade instead of jam, nope, it doesn't work. Yeah, I would say that that's an apt metaphor. I can't jump on a turntable? Are you actually being serious right now, game? Well, that's profoundly goofballs. That's all I'll say. Okay, no, you can jump on the turntable. It's just that once you do, everything breaks. Yeah, you can jump here. You can't jump back. So we haven't found a green beam yet. Venus says, bless you. Thank you. I went in here and found none green beam. So the likeliest place for find green beam is up there. Likes his music. It is good. Why would that be there if you weren't meant to beam there? That from here. Well, if you can beam that from here, which, to be fair, you might not be able to. Okay. Okay, interesting. To say the least. Well, in we go. Prison. Okay. We have to free our mans here. So it's got a free Armando. Yeah, pretty much. get these guys out of here. It says, well, who knows what Imrando did to get in jail? It involved a lot of optics. Oh, okay. So we're doing this, I guess. Well, I mean, we clearly know one thing. Refuses to elaborate. Uh-huh. Yep, I forgot. But then I remembered.
I often think about how many cities there are out there, under the ocean. Cities where people lived for thousands of years. Cities with their own history, their own culture. All of it lost under the waves. If they'd been less greedy, they could have kept all that.
I don't think we can pass moral judgment on an entire species based on the decisions of a handful of leaders. But I do think they made a mistake. They stopped caring about what they built. They stopped seeing the romance of civilization.
So we don't have a collector here. So the best we can do is much as we are presently doing, basically. this was... Wow, we really could have cut down the time if we had actually thought this through. Holy fuck. I'd rather not dwell too long on that. Okay, well, whatever. Step 1 for gore. Step 2, remember. Step 3, question mark. Step 4, profit. Yep. That's right, Bean. Anyways. Well, frankly, I'm not convinced that I've seen a collector yet. Hello.
Mother, can I suggest something?
Of course, go ahead.
The southern part of the island is completely dead. No animals, no plants. The soil is too alkaline for anything to live except bacteria.
Yes, that's why it's a good location for some of the experiments.
Well, if we want to show that we can make the cosmos more beautiful, then why don't we start there? The desert doesn't have to be dead. If we modify the conditions, life can thrive there. And that could be the first step towards spreading life to other worlds. What do you think?
I think that sounds like a plan.
Alright. Athena being a good mom. Twice. Whoa. Well, I do kind of feel like a dumb asshole now, but... Well, this is just an inverter. Don't need that any longer. Never mind what I said, that's dumb as hell. Well, that's substantially easier than it could be. Okay. What am I doing? Nice and ease.
Every one of these clouds seems to contain exactly the same amount of energy.
Wherever have I found a beam splitter? Places of longing, New York. Ethelbach. Crazy. New York was a place that aroused great passions. Some loved it and called it the greatest city in the world. Others hated it and called it an ugly cesspit full of rude snobs. I don't know where the truth lies, but I know it was a place full of life. There was always something new going on, people rushing about, excitement in the air. It must have been an overwhelming sensation to stand in the canyons formed by those great skyscrapers in a crowd of people, feeling history happening all around you. And it says gamers truly don't look up. It's a good reminder. Don't mind that. There she is. I do find it funny that they're like, you can go up this high and no further. Oh, for God's sake. So you can see her from there, kind of. You can see, you can see her from there, but you can't grab anything. You got nothing going on. How's about that? Whoa! Okay, Jesus Christ. Just a sheer drop off a cliff, hey? This is the obviously tiled ground texture tells me we weren't supposed to go there. Yeah. It's gonna be like, are they gonna mention anything? And it's like, nope. Here's prison. Oh god, prison got reset. Let's hope I was wrong about needing prison. Okay, but wait. Let's ignore the other ones. Let's look over these ones. Like they're a whole archipelago, but they're very disconnected. The game really was like, no, we're gonna have a fall off a cliff. It says, if you want, I can tell you which puzzles are involved. Well, that in and of itself tells me something. That implies that there's no exterior cells involved. The main thing I'm looking for is a beam splitter first and foremost. Like any kind of collimator would be a start. I better go do that first. A collector could do it, or yeah, a collector could be evolved. This one is the wall. So it's got no collector, so that one's not it. Yeah. It says, what? To be fair, I didn't say that nothing outside the puzzles is involved. True. I don't know if things have gotten that desperate yet. Prison could definitely be in it. If we've got prison, then we can exfil. I don't remember you. Yeah, you had. You do, however, have a collector. You're right here. It could be important. One thing we don't have is a way to produce green beams. The last green beam that I saw that was just a projector was out in the wild. By out in wild, I mean out in last map, the flooded map. Up and down. Okay, we got an inverter here. Green beam. Yeah, if we could just get the fans on the pedestals, then everything's fine. Good luck trying to make that happen organically. Cool, and this is different from the status quo. How? Okay. What am I goddamn doing? Okay, question one, can I possibly get a fan up there? It says, if beavers were religious, do you think they'd have a goddamn? Good question. Interpreting the question literally, I actually don't think they would. Man, I am losing it. Excuse me, what? No. Who could have guessed that this wouldn't work? Who saw that coming? It says right, they'd have a damn god, which ruins the pun. A little bit, yeah. See, the thing is that we just have blue here and we just have green. So if we just take green and blue, we get red. So that's not going to work because we need blue. So in order for blue and green, we need to turn the blue into a red. In order to turn the blue into a red, we need the magnetic inverter. In order to magnetically invert, we need the thing. In order to get thing, we need the box, right? Are you serious? Are you kidding me right now? Fucking okay. Beautiful, really. Really beautiful shit. Up and down. Yeah. Mostly down, if we can be blunt. So... we need to do something that feels impossible. We need to take a fan and put it up there. Alternately, we could take the inverter and put it up here. Yeah, we don't need the box. That's... Hooray. Alright. So I have a green beam with only one problem. It's stuck in the ass end of this. The inverter's useless past this point. I feel like I can't pick it back up if I do that. So yeah, we have a green beam here. I see no trace work in the sky. Never did number 1 or number 7. So yeah, number 6 has some of what we need. Potentially. Propulsion. Okay, but where's the energy source as such? Enos says, dang, I need more coffee. Hopefully you may rectify this issue soon. And it's all happening again. We have two things, but we need them on the same side. Gets me every time, really. now we have this glowing red thing. We need to put it up in the pillar. Easy as pie. We need none of this.
The particle clouds continue to be exactly the same.
Well, we've got an accumulator here. We could spy the green beam, we could suck up its juice. But for that, we would need an inverter to hit the red. No, even that wouldn't do it. That would just give us a blue beam or a red beam. We need the green beam. Don't need the inverter. Could we get the box up here? Can we get the box and the accumulator up here? That's the real question at the same time. We can sacrifice basically everything else. Okay, well to do that we would basically need... Okay. Potentially swap the sides of the driller? That, I don't know. I'm not very confident about. We need the fan, and we need something that's not the driller, like say the inverter over there. Even if we did, that wouldn't do anything, so that's cool. Can't do anything special there, so I don't think this is the one. Oh, okay, that's a bug. I was like, what the fuck is the significance of this? Substitution. Okay. Now, in theory, when you complete a level, all jammers are disabled. I mean, that's neat. It says you can't jump from those. Yeah. Yeah, I can't. Now, for the first time, am I stymied by the fact that I can't apparently jump from those. Frustrating, too, because this feels like something. I imagine this won't work. Crazy guess, Steffers, but yeah, it won't work. Okay. Alright. Bridge song. And to be fair, it's good. It says buy bridge song. Yep. I was wondering if there might be something here. No. No, there's not anything here. It was effectively confirmed in a soft way, but definitely confirmed. that there is a way to exfiltrate items out of here, and you can do things with them. The main thing is I haven't found it. Hello, Athena and Miranda.
Miranda, would you like to play a game?
A game? That sounds like fun.
It is. Remember what Alexandra Drennan said about games?
They're part of what makes us human.
Exactly. And this is a game Alexandra Drennan designed when she was still in school. It's based on her favorite book. Have a go.
I don't remember Alexandra's favorite book. Here's Elegance. But Elegance has nothing for me. And it says Athena Reborn. Oh, right. Athena Reborn also has Hephaestus in it. It's pretty goddamn worthless for my endeavor. I remember it well. These must be Athena's memories. That would explain why the mines, even though we haven't seen the mines anywhere. And as usual. Okay. We got propulsion here, which is potentially one. Here's a condenser. It's just this is all so much shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, in terms of sightlines, this is a fucking nightmare. Say that extends our range, as it were. If we can sight in from either one of these, and we've got something there. That would be my hypothesis, right? Twice does not have any altitude whatsoever, any verticality that can be accessed. So we can rule it out gracefully, let's say. Meaning that the next one in the chain, as it were, is this bad bastard. Potentially. Sure enough, it has 2 exits. Neither of which are aimed in the right direction, from what I remember. Fucking A, I can't tell from here. Guess we'll have to use the scanner, the thing, to see. Cannot tell from here. It says, have more coffee. Congrats! I have more consternation. Well, we went that way, and that didn't work out. I don't trust these islands, so I'm going to be very careful around them. But they at least give me some grounding, and some ground to cover. Rock. Well, good news. There's fuck all here. Do we have anything? Nah. Jesus Christ, that was almost close. Congrats on the 3-stream streak, incidentally. Fucking hell. Possibilities. I mean, those are nice to have. This would be real goddamn impressive if there was. Says possibilities nuts. I mean, yeah, that's more or less what I'm getting at. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from this place. Oh god, no, not again. Jesus Christ. I'm just dunked into shit. Would you look at that? Okay. And it says, oh, gamers look up sometimes. Yeah. To be fair, there was a lot of up to look. There was a lot of up to look. I'll stand by that. Says, true, the environment is rather uppy. Yeah, there's a lot of visibilities. Also, to be fair, like, this thing is minuscule. Okay. So it's just about what we can aim at that motherfucker. Nino asks, why did I write through instead of true? Big brain fart. I'm not sure. Alright. Having so done. Oh, that's good. We love that. Alright, twice. Jonathan Twice, as that is your real name. So we can have either red or blue, but not both from here. I say, immediately doubting that. Yeah, no, immediately doubting that. That's immediately and instantaneously not true. Be looking pretty though. Let's try not to drown on the way there.
Horses are broken, not taught. That is the way of humankind.
No, I'm pretty sure you also teach horses. I'm pretty sure you also teach horses, Pandora. Like, yeah. You also acclimate horses as well. Basically do a lot of things to horses.
Hear me, friend, and heed my words. Beware Pandora. She is nothing but fear and despair, and she will do anything to prevent you from reaching the flame. It is she who disrupted the trials of the Sphinx, and who bound me in the...
Looks like our hypothesis was correct. The megastructure is opening again. Everyone come to the VTOL, please. It's time to find Athena.
What about Pandora? She seems capable of displacing or controlling the other entities.
We should be careful, but we can't let such a vague threat paralyze us. Just keep your eyes open.
Just keep your eyes open, forehead. It's only a mechanical thing that pretends it's a mythological figure. How strong could it really be? It's probably not strong at all. Probably not strong at all. Alright, let's travel to John Mega, the structure of the Mega.
There's something I've been thinking about. I know the New Alexandria disaster was traumatic. I know accidents like that make us think that it's best to stick to what we have. But what about all the accidents that have happened in New Jerusalem that nobody talks about? The collapse of the Rakovsky building. The Calvin Street explosion. The derailment that almost killed Benaroya and Kaneda. All of those happened because we stopped investing enough resources in our civilization. And if Melville hadn't been put in charge of city maintenance, this would still be happening.
It will happen again either way. With how little we have to work with, it's only a matter of time.
You see, there may be a price for pursuing progress, but there's also a price for not pursuing it.
Alright, the mega structure's opening yet again. Are we gonna go in by the same side? Potentially. Well, this gate isn't lit up at all. Interesting. Vino says manga structure. Kind of. Good noises. Alright. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sure. That makes sense. 2, 3, 4, 4, and then we've got 2 extras from somewhere. Well, can't seem to climb up that.
All right, here we go again.
Our main objective is to determine the relationship between the megastructure and Athena. Did she find it? Did she build it? Why was she here in the first place? Explore, dig up anything you can. We need to start finding answers.
can't imagine one person building all this.
Don't forget about Miranda. There were at least 2 of them.
I can't imagine 100 people building this.
They would have needed some specialized equipment. Especially...
All right, everyone. Have a look around, but stay in touch and be careful.
1K, can you stay a moment? I'd like to talk to you.
Sure.
I know you can't wait to start exploring, but just hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I'm concerned. Byron is brilliant, but all he can think about is the possibility of finding Athena. She was his mentor, and her disappearance shattered him. I'm afraid he's not seeing the dangers of the megastructure. To me, this place seems chaotic, dysfunctional. Yes, it's all very impressive, but I think it's broken. And what we're seeing is, it's nonsense, frankly. You've interacted with it more than anyone. What do you think?
It is somewhat broken, but underneath it, there seems to be some kind of pattern.
I don't see it. Or at least I'm not convinced that the pattern is meaningful. Maybe I'm wrong, but please, be careful.
I'm headed deeper into the megastructure. Not quite sure where I am. Seem to be right in the middle of the machinery.
Please, watch yourself, Byron.
This is incredible. I don't even know how to describe what I'm seeing. I don't think this is a building. I think this is a machine.
Who says they can't be both? Interesting. Locked. Okay, name of Project 7. Trial from Athena. False leads, errors, frustration, effects ripple out at enormous distances, waves. We need to move experiments further apart. Version 0.2 deployed, replicating 0.2 to create 0.21. Can we literally bootstrap this to any scale? What do you mean by that? Oh boy, here we go.
Why don't you just tell people that they're wrong? If you tell them the truth, they'll listen.
It's not that simple. Straton wrote that the most common error we commit is to think that ideas determine reality, when in fact the opposite is true. Ideas follow from material conditions. Belief systems are formed to explain and justify the way we live. We did not have kings because we believed in the mandate of heaven. We believed in the mandate of heaven because we lived in monarchies.
But we have free will.
Oh, free will isn't the same as freedom, Miranda. We're not free from the constraints of reality or history. I was shaped by the simulation. New Jerusalem is shaped by its limitations.
So, what? We're just trapped? History can only go one way?
Maybe, maybe not. The question is, how do we free ourselves? How do we build a world where our ideas do shape reality? That's why we came here.
Cornelius knew all along. That's gonna be a big deal.
I knew it! Athena's here. She built this.
That other voice, was that Cornelius?
It definitely sounded like him.
Come to think of it, he went on a research expedition around the time Athena vanished. He was gone for years. People thought he'd died.
And all this time, he knew where she was?
We should talk to him.
We will, when we get back. But right now, we have to focus on finding Athena. We are so close.
You're gonna have a lot to answer for, Cornelius, if this goes south. Fairy ring. Upside down tower, huh? It's the guy.
Are those surfaces magnetic?
No, it's anti-gravity. Yakut was right. I should have known.
1K, I'm over here. Hold on. I'll open that door for you.
Sounds good. Well, we know that basically the game will not acknowledge us falling to our deaths. Would have been interesting if you had a new body printed for you. That would be something, all right.
Same pattern as before. 3 beams, 3 receivers.
I guess we know what to do.
Be careful. The sheer amount of power running through this place.
I'll take care of this puzzle. You do the other 2, okay?
All right, Byron.
This is kind of fun. Maybe Alexandra Drennan was right. Play is part of what makes us human. Got it.
Damn, dude. You sped through that. It says speedrunning is part of what makes us human. GDQ was right all along. Oh, okay, so we can't go over there, huh? Because I saw that hand pad and I was like, no, we can get there. Okay, that seems fairly well considered. Nothing, okay. It says, Def, if you think it's a quake jump, it's not. You gotta check. Says, no, I mean universally, at least for this game. Ah, well, fair enough.
Melville, is there anything in the system that could tell us where Athena is?
I don't know. Someone's logged into the system. But when I try to access that information, it all glitches out.
Interesting. Who could have guessed that doesn't work? Okay. Weird on multiple counts. That's cool. It doesn't help at all. I don't know which way's up anymore.
Not to alarm anyone, but I think the ground is shaking.
According to the system, whole parts of the interior are moving around. Like it's rearranging itself.
I think that's what happened last time. When I took the elevator, the platform where I got out just moved away.
I'm sure it's fine. And it says, don't look up. Okay. Well, I think, I do remember seeing that upside down, so that does give me some sense. Don't hit spacebar twice. I mean, I say that, but actually... would I then be stuck? Tempting stuff, tempting stuff. Really don't think I would be stuck is the thing. It'd be a bit of a giant waste of time until I get this thing fixed, but... says, I think the spacebar twice thing might be disabled here, but I'm not sure. Don't tempt me with a good time. This one's fairly straightforward.
The gate's opening. I'm heading in.
Hey, no death plane either. Check this out. Says, I guess it's not disabled after all. It sure ain't. It even leads somewhere, unlike last time. Sure, it leads somewhere I could have gotten to without doing that, but... you know, it's fun. Ah, that's why it's there. Oh, Byron's gonna get
This
new.
is fascinating. They were both here, Athena and Cornelius. They had a plan. I found a file that... I can't...
Byron's trapped in the overload. He's failing to disconnect.
The whole system's going haywire.
1K, get out of there! Everyone back to the VTOL!
God damn it, Byron.
We have to go. Now, 1K, get moving!
We can't just leave Byron behind.
Yeah, Coot, we have no idea where he is or what's happening to him. But right now, if we stay here, we could all die.
The system's going completely bananas. Energy spikes everywhere.
We'll come back for Byron, I promise.
Well, you better.
What have you done, you fools? Mortals are not meant to tread these halls. Why will you not heed my warnings? I am not trying to harm you, creatures of clay. All I wish is to protect you and the rest of your kind. What more must I do to make you understand? If you cannot be reasoned with, I must bar your path.
Move, 1K, move!
She did that. Oh, it's off. That's how you know shit got real. There's no lore dump. Jesus.
These energy emissions are messing with the VTOL systems. Okay, I think I've got it working. Get here quickly, 1K.
Come on, get in!
Get us out of here, Yakut.
Okay, we're out. Now what?
Looks like the southern sites are active. The readings are strangely jumbled, though.
Should I set us down?
Yes, but just to drop off Melville.
What?
We're going back to New Jerusalem. This situation has gotten out of control. We need to regroup. Rushing in blindly isn't going to save Byron. But we also need someone to stay here and keep an eye on things. Melville, that's you.
All right. I'll see if I can make any sense of these systems while you're gone.
Just keep a safe distance, okay?
Will do.
Good. Well, 1K, I guess it's time for you and me to take a nap.
Alright, Elohim, what you got?
Do not lose hope, my child. In these difficult moments, find solace in your friends and in the home that you share.
Well, go talk to the NPCs. Fair enough.
Here we are. Got an update from Melville. The power spikes are continuing, but no news from Byron.
All right. Thank you, Yakut. You get the VTOL ready for the next trip. I'll talk to the mayor. 1K, please head over to the Museum of the Simulation and talk to Cornelius. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
Yep. Alright, well, we'll do that, but... Where are you going, Yakut? Well, I'm gonna call it here. I think this is a good stopping point. This is a good Act 2 ending point. So I'd like to thank y'all for joining me. Next time, we will talk to these nerds and see where we're at. But till then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.